In progress. Presentation laptop, test one. Clerk's laptop, test one. Clerk's laptop, test one. Sound check clerk's laptop. Sound check 2, clerk's laptop. Sound check 2, presentation laptop. Sound check 2, presentation laptop.
get us started? Are we ready there, Tamara? Excellent. We're good to go, counselors.
Thank you. So great to see everyone. It feels like I'm back, and the roots are planted, and wow, it's nice to be back. I want to call this meeting to order. We're past the 9:30 meeting time, and we have a quorum. I would like to call this meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. Members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during the meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or make more comments. Roll call. I will now commence a roll call. Please indicate your presence when you're named. Councillor Clark.
I am present, sir.
Let's see you. Councillor Ferguson.
Present.
Councillor Pearson.
Present. Good morning, sir.
Councillor Vanderbeek.
I don't believe she's joined us yet, Counselor.
Councillor Wilson. Oh, and nice to see you, Councillor Wilson.
Present.
And that's the roll call. We need approval of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Pearson, second by Councillor Clark. All those in favor?
Oh,
sorry.
so-
Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes,
That's
Mr. Chair, that's okay. At the request of committee, we'd like to move item 13.1, private and confidential item, legal advice on contract terms to be heard immediately before item 9.3.
Okay, everyone heard that? Any questions on that? I see none. So moved by Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Clark. All those in favor? Carried.
Oh, just 1 second. I'm just opening the vote, Counselor.
Oh,
There we
yeah.
go. It should be on
Okay.
your screen now.
The thing again, eh? The vote. And I should ask, is there anyone object? But you got the vote, so.
And so I don't know that you can see it, Counselor, so that carries 5-0.
Thank you. You might have to report that.
No problem.
Okay, I'm just trying to get back on my screen here. Okay.
And
May I have,
Counselor Wilson
please?
Counselor Wilson is raising her hand.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Wilson, go ahead.
Oops. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to know whether to confirm with respect to the item that has just been moved up, the in-camera item. Okay, sorry, me bad. It says no copy because I wasn't able to get into it. And the reason I wasn't able to get into it, there's nothing to get into. Thank you. My apologies.
No problem. I've done that too. So it carried. So now we're at declaration of interest. Is there any? Hi, Arlene. She's here.
Hi.
Councillor Vanderbeek, I should say.
Hi,
Hi.
sorry. I apologize. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I had to shut down and come back on. I kept connecting and reconnecting and then disconnecting and reconnecting. And anyway, I'm here. I do apologize.
Top of the morning to you.
And to you.
I don't see any, Counselor, any indicators.
Okay, no indicators. Approval of the minutes. December 20th, moved by Councillor Arlene Vanderbeek and second by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Okay. Anyone object?
Oh,
you're
just
doing
1
electronic
second.
vote?
Yep, just 1
Electronic
second.
vote, sorry. I gotta get used to this. I gotta get back into the stream.
It won't let me. So, Counselor Vanderbeek, it won't let me put you. Oh,
I'm in.
There you go. Good.
I'm in. It was up.
How am I doing so far?
And that carries, Counselor, 6-0.
Thank you. Communications. Correspondence from Cameron Crush respecting suggested changes to the Consolidated Procedural Bylaw 18270. Recommendation be received and referred to the consideration of item 9.1 review of city's procedural bylaw amendments. May I please have a mover and seconder on the communications item 4.1? And my screen is there. Oh,
So you frozen, Counselor?
yeah, okay, I'm in.
It looks like Counselor Ferguson and Counselor Vanderbeek were gonna move and second it, I believe.
Okay, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Carried. Oh, no, is electronic vote again?
Just an electronic vote. And just your vote there, Counselor Whitehead.
I'm on it.
And that carries 6-0.
Okay, delegations. Sorry, are we at 5.1 now? No,
Yes,
communications.
Counselor. We're on delegation requests now.
Yeah, so Cameron Crush, I hope I got that right. Sorry, Cameron. Respecting changes to the procedure bylaw for today's meeting. May I please have a mover and seconder to approve the delegation request for today's meeting? Moved by Councillor Wilson, second by Councillor Clark. All those in favor? Electronic vote.
Shit. And that carries 6-0.
Delegations. If approved, Cameron Crush respecting change to procedure bylaw. Before we begin, members are reminded that questions of the delegations are for clarification purpose only, not for debate. Cameron Crush is here with a virtually respecting changes to the procedural bylaw. Welcome, Cameron, and sorry if I pronounced your last name wrong. Remember, you have 5 minutes, Cameron. You may speak.
Thanks very much for having me here. My name is Cameron Crutch. I'm here to speak to changes to the procedural bylaw. I'm just going to share my screen so you can see my presentation. Can everyone see that okay?
Yep.
Great. So these are suggestions based on the 20 pages that I submitted as part of a correspondence today. And as those of you who've been on this committee know, as part of a culmination of working collaboration that I've been doing with the committee since the end of 2017 in suggesting changes. And I'm happy that lots of the changes I've suggested have been taken up since 2017. So I'm suggesting some more. I want to give you an overview of those suggested changes. There are 3 sort of big points I want to address in these 5 minutes. That the entire bylaw should be reworded using the principles of clear writing standards. I'll get into that. And why that matters is because I think the document could be easier to read. I'll give you some specifics in a bit about what I mean by that. But everyone uses this document. That would be councillors, staff, and also the general public. And so I think it could be improved in that way. The third thing is it should be reorganized and shortened, and similar things should be grouped together. So for instance, if there are some rules around quorum for standing committees, and then separately rules for quorum for council, those things should just be under a section called quorum, right? So ways of just tidying the bylaw up and making it more straightforward. It'll make it easier to search too, so when you're looking through the document, using a search function, typing the word quorum in, you're only going to go to one place. So it's easier to use during meetings and for councillors who are preparing for meetings. And the last and probably the biggest point I want to make is I think that this procedural bylaw should be changed to give everyone here more time to review materials submitted by the public and staff in between meetings. I think it's crucial that councillors have more time to review documents and reports, and that the public has more time to review documents and reports before they're asked to make decisions on them. It'll give not only you more time, but the public more time to engage. So on my points about reorganizing, shortening, and increasing clarity, I just want to go over some statistics about the bylaws you may not be aware of. So the bylaw has seen significant changes since, I'd say, 2010. And so I use this kind of 11-year period to track what's different, what's changing. So you can see it's gone from a bylaw of 45 pages and 13,000 words to a bylaw of 67 pages and 20,000 words in 2021. You can see that gradual change. That means it's gone up by 50% in length and 50% in words. And then the test for me is whether or not the bylaw has been made any clearer. And you can see using readable scores that I was able to generate online, that it's gotten less clear over time. So it was kind of getting a B of readability and clarity and now has a C. And I'll talk about that specifically. So here are some literacy indexes for how that works, right? And you can see the red ones tell us areas where things aren't as good as they could be. The first score being the Flesch, Kincaid, and Gunning-Fogg scores of 12, which should be around 10. You can see the reading ease score of 40, which should be 60 or higher. And you can see here that we have sentences with more than 30 syllables, which make it less readable at 42%. Good scores are less than 6. Here's some other things here. We've got a couple of green things that are good. So we're using words in that bylaw that are not too long. So that's good. Those two criteria are met. But generally and overall, what you're seeing here is that the bylaw is just not that readable. I get that it's a bylaw and that bylaws have technical language, but we should be thinking about how to make these documents clearer and easier for the public to read. My bigger point, though, is changes to the meeting schedule. And so I want to talk about where your time is spent and where I think it could be spent better. So right now you're spending your time at these 7 committees, right? You can see that on the left, everyone is spending their time at those 3 committees. And on the right, you have kind of a different hodgepodge of different people who are spending time. So 6 people on council spend their time at emergency and community services. We're up to 11 on public works. So there's a real variety there. So to break it down a different way, you have 1 member of council right now, it happens to be the mayor, who goes to 3 meetings. You have almost everybody else who goes to 5 meetings. And then there are a few councillors, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Collins, and I can't remember the third, I'm sorry, who go to 6 meetings. So at this point already, more than 80% of councillors already attend 5 meetings. What am I suggesting? That you get rid of the General Issues Committee. I know that sounds controversial. I'm suggesting that you take the general issues, things that are overflow, and you put them in AF&A under the administration part. So you'd still have a place to catch those items, but you'd be going to one less a committee. I'm suggesting that everyone goes to every meeting, right? So that would take the majority of councillors who are currently going to 5 meetings, have them go to 6 meetings. So you can see on the right-hand side, that would mean all councillors at all standing committee meetings and council. This would mean that everybody would be going to 6 meetings instead of 5, and 20% of councillors already do this. So for them, it would be no increase of work at all. What are the benefits of this? I'm almost at the end of my presentation. All members of council are at all meetings. So there's no need to repeat for folks who weren't there. There's no need to go through the process of taking it from this to this to this. People will all know what's happening. They will all have been at these meetings. And this system will take away 1 meeting and increase the amount of time between meetings so that everyone has at least 1 full week to read reports. There won't be so many reports coming in 2 and 3 days before a meeting. The big thing here, though, for me, and the reason why I'm here is because I think that all members of council being at all meetings is going to be a big boon to inclusion, awareness, and representation, right? So the fact that everyone's in all those meetings means everyone's part of every decision. Everyone's aware of what's happening in all the different parts of the city, and all those parts of the city are important. And all of your constituents have all of you there making those decisions. So it increases representation. So that's my point. Those are my points. Of course, there's 20 pages I've submitted, which go into a lot of detail about different smaller points I want to make, but these are the big themes I wanted to pull out for you today so you could see my suggested changes. Thank you for your time.
Right on time. Thanks, Cameron, for a great presentation, very articulate and very to the point. Any questions of Cameron? Councilors?
Thank you, Chair. To Cameron, I just want to commend you for your diligence on this exercise over the course of many years. I think the active citizenship that you're practicing is really commendable, and I appreciate your insights, particularly on a matter that is, as you say, kind of, it is a procedural bylaw. It's kind of dry. But it is nonetheless important. I like the themes I did read through your entire delegation and coded it according to paragraphs. But I like the sense of everything should be available in a single document. So the issue of built-in links to the act that is referenced, such as the Municipal Act, just leads to the enhanced capacity of residents so that they're not turned off from, digging a little deeper, and they have that source right there. And of course, the accessibility of language is so fundamentally important on matters of equity. I did have just a few questions of you and then of our clerk whenever appropriate.
Yeah.
And-
And Councillor, if I can just interrupt for a second, I'm not timing you for questions. I'm just going to time you for what you just, when you're actually talking.
Thank you. First of all, I don't know what the opinion of my colleagues is, but personally, I quite like the idea of sitting on every committee because of the intersectional nature of these issues, which affect all of our residents. They don't affect it just on a ward basis. And of course, housing in one committee affects health in another. So I'm with you on that one. So my apologies, Chair. I'm just getting to my notes. Maybe I can ask you, Chair, if you'd like to go to someone else while I get to my stickies, because I don't want to hold up the meeting.
Does anyone? I don't have anyone else on the speaker list at this
Okay.
point, do I?
Yes, Councillor Clark's on the speaker's list.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll cede my time and then
Okay.
come back.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. You always have that right. Councillor Clark.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Kretsch. I really appreciate the amount of work that you put into your suggestions and the fact that you have an interest in this type of work. The question I have for you is with respect to the suggestion that we sit on all of the committees, the standing committees, I should say. When you were looking at that, did you take into account all of the other committees that councillors sit on? For example, I'm a member of the Licensing Tribunal, the Agricultural Rural Affairs Committee, like this committee, the Governance Review Subcommittee, which is an important one. I chair the Government Relations Subcommittee. Then I sit on the HCA, the NPCA, and the NEC. And a couple of those government agencies, they meet in the daytime, they don't meet in the evening. So you can see that there's always a bit of challenge in terms of conflict between those meetings. Did you, I know it's an awful lot to ask you, but did you consider that?
I did consider it. I didn't look at everyone's individual schedule, to be honest, because I think that would have been just a bit too much work. I did consider that, and I tried to weigh out what made the most sense in terms of the big picture. So that was my suggestion, to get rid of general issues, which I think right now takes up quite a bit of work, to move some of those issues that don't fall under the Board of Health, Public Works, Planning, Audit and Finance, or Emergency and Community. Those could go to the administration part of AFNA, those extra things. And I thought that trade-off was really reasonable, because already more than 80% of you were going to 5 of these meetings, right? So I'm just really suggesting one additional meeting in that area, but you're losing in this process also general issues. I think that's a bigger thing than people realize. I also want to say that this is just one way. I thought that might be a way to do it. There are many other ways, right? The goal here is three things, right? Increasing that inclusion and awareness and representation on committees. But the big one, I think, is giving more time, and this is what motivated me to even go down this road, is providing more time to review documents in advance, right? So that you have everything finalized a week before, is a huge increase in time that councillors and everybody else has to read. I know there were some folks who did reading analyses of council's documents over the last 10 years. and there was some range in there between 60 and 80 hours of reading. It's not possible, right? Especially not possible on a short timeline. And so that's the spirit behind this, is how do we find a way to meet the priority of giving people more time to read these documents about big decisions and have more people in the room to make them? This seems to be one way, but again, I think the clerk's office could probably come up with 2 or 3 others that would also work, right? So it's just one suggestion.
Yep. Yep. No, and I'm keen on looking at anything that will improve the process. And you're correct. Getting large documents with a very short time frame to read, not just to read, but you have to consider what's in the document, and you may want to do some research in terms of what's in the document. You can't do that in a 72-hour period or whatever the case is. So I agree on that aspect. Again, I want to thank you for your suggestions, because they have given me a lot to consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Again, thank you for the leniency. Just a few technical questions. Mr. Kretsch, you talk about the issue, and I know the new revised one, which is later on the agenda, but the issue, for example, of quorum, the lack of consistency on that, of rounding up or sometimes rounding down, and I think the clerk is recommending rounding up, but could you just comment on that if you recall that specific one?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I do recall that. So I think that there could be clear language about how quorum is decided, and it wouldn't hurt to even put a formula in there, right? At this point, what's happening sometimes is, I'll give the number 7.
Yeah.
It's an example. I think that is the best example, right? So quorum for a meeting of 7 is generally understood to be 4 people. However, when you start trying to do math, you realize that half of 7 is 3.5, right? Not 4, 3.5. So how you round that ends up deciding how quorum is. Could either be seen as, well, 3.5 rounds to 4, and quorum is that number plus 1. So I've heard some folks say 5 is quorum for a meeting of 7. And so there's been this kind of challenge of, it's just not quite clear enough what quorum is. I think generally speaking, we all know. But when you're in the heat of the moment of a meeting and deciding whether you can proceed or not, and this happens at advisory committees a fair amount of time actually, who counts for quorum, and then what the math is ends up making a difference. So that's something I think that could use a bit more clarification.
Thank you. Through the chair, also a comment you made specific to reconsideration. I think you deemed it to be the present practice undemocratic. I was wondering if you could sort of unpack that for us, please, why you stated that. Do you recall?
Yes, I'm just going back in my mind a second here. What number was that? Do you have that handy? What?
Yeah, you're on page 17 and 18, and it's on our bylaw. It's well, that's a good point. It's kind of number.
No, it's okay. Never mind. I think I understood what my point was. It's just I have all these devices right now, so I don't have a copy in front of me, so it's from memory, but I'm pretty sure I remember what I was talking about. You're talking about reconsidering motions. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so right now the process of reconsidering motions is a bit strange. And the reason why I say that is because there doesn't have to be a reconsideration done in a way that's transparent. So there are 2 kinds of elements of a reconsideration motion, right? The first one is that you're saying that you want to take this issue that's already been discussed in council and discussed by council and decisions has been made, and you want to waive that. The process is what I'm concerned about, not the fact that people want to reconsider motions. Motions themselves, to be reconsidered, it makes sense. It's the process by which the bylaw outlines how that happens, right? And so I'm asking is that the language there be a little bit clearer around how you do that. It's similar to the language around waiving the rules for council. So maybe I'll explain it in that way. So right now, people will say, "Oh, we're gonna waive the rules, waive the procedural bylaw rules," and there's no requirement, for instance, to say, well, which rules are you waiving? Which rules are going to remain in effect? Are we waiving all the rules, meaning even the rules of etiquette and proper procedure? So these are the kinds of things I think that require a bit of attention and more detail. How exactly reconsiderations happen, how exactly these other things happen are important. So I think the process has to be modified a bit.
Thank you. My final question is, I can't find it in my notes, but did you make comment on the method in which chairs and vice chairs are appointed to standing committees?
I did make a comment on that, and I'm not sure 100% if it's where it is in the document, but I did make a comment about that. Yes, and I keep saying and think that those processes should happen in public. The process right now isn't outlined in the bylaw in really clear ways, and the decision is done in public, but the process itself isn't done in public. And so, for instance, at the advisory committee level, I'm required to go through a pretty public process of doing these kinds of things. And we don't have access to having meetings behind the scenes to make these determinations. It's all done live, public, and present. And so same thing, there's not a clear process for how standing committee chairs and vice chairs are chosen. That's not written out anywhere. And so again, I think that's something that should be included, and again, as transparently as possible.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you very much again, Mr. Kretsch, for your diligence on this. It's really commendable. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Councillor Wilson to take the chair?
And Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Pearson is also on the speakers list. We've sent it in the
sorry.
chat.
Absolutely. Councillor Pearson. I can't forget Councillor Pearson.
Sorry, not a problem, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for allowing me, and thank you, Cameron, for the certainly the thorough amount of work that you have done, and appreciate certainly all the. Question though is, you suggest eliminating the General Issues Committee, and putting it under Audit and Finance. Why would you not look at, or have you looked at, because Audit and Finance is not as lengthy and at most times to General Issues Committee, of rolling it all into General Issues Committee. And I think if I remember correctly, I wasn't on council in the first year of the first term of amalgamation, but there was only one standing committee, and everything was dealt at that committee, and that was a nightmare. And I think that's why it came about to have the 5 subcommittees or standing committees set. So can you just elaborate?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So I think that that's a good point. There was the board of control system, of course, that the city ran by before, right? So there's different systems that have been in place over the decades. The reason why I'm making this suggestion with respect to general issues is because I think one of the reasons why the General Issues Committee is so long is because of what ends up happening, where many councillors aren't present for the debate. Then you have to redebate the debates that were already had at these subcommittees. And so that ends up taking a lot of time. As well, I think that this catch-all nature of General Issues Committee creates a lot of inefficiency. So if you can put these things into more specific areas where they ought to go, and maybe it means at the end of the day, renaming some of these committees just to make them more efficient. But I think that the structure we have now is, you have general issues because not everyone's in the room at the planning committee. Not everyone's in the room at audit and finance, right? Not everyone's in the room, especially in emergency and community services. So you need to have the extra layer there so you can have the decisions all vetted there before they go to council. So there's ample discussion. If everyone's in the room at all the different meetings, you don't need to do that anymore. So I think that's one of the things that could make this work. And I agree with you that having one standing committee for everything would be probably a bit of a nightmare. Having these things separated out in 5 different areas is good as well, especially because that's how the city of Hamilton on the corporate side organizes itself, right? It organizes itself in the same kinds of divisions: public works, corporate finance, planning, right? That's how it understands itself. So it makes sense for there to be those kinds of allocations and that kind of matching.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, can you take the chair? So, Cameron, I do appreciate you coming forward. So there's over 40 citizen committees, if I remember right. I remember sitting on 32 standing committees and citizen committees all together in my first term of council. 32. I am now on the cycling committee. And I know I talked to Esther, and she said she had a heck of a time attending them because for some strange reason, the cycling committee decided to have it on the same night as council. You know, like of all the weeks. So you're trying to do your best to have as much representation, and we still don't do a good job at it in regards to all the citizen committees, because they like to have a council representative to give it some degree of importance and connectivity with the council. So I guess the question is, if you're going to tinker with one end of this package without tinkering with the other side. So is there any thought that perhaps we should narrow what citizen committees the councilors actually sit on?
Mr. Kretsch?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think two things I want to point out. One, firstly, that I don't just suggest doing this tomorrow, right? I think if you were to try and do this or make this process happen right now, it would be complete chaos. My suggestion I made a couple times in there is do it during a period when there's already downtime, right? So December or a period in the summer where these changes can be accommodated, and we can have a chance to think through the whole scope of what that means. In terms of the whether there should be fewer advisory committees for councils to sit on, right now the way it officially works according to the city's website is there are 14 advisory committees. I think the answer is 54 subcommittees, and in total there's 150-ish committees altogether, right? Does that list need looking at in terms of duplication of work, committees that perhaps have become, subcommittees that have perhaps become redundant? I think probably, because a lot of that stuff hasn't changed in a very long time. In terms of individual commitments from councillors, I don't know. I mean, there's 2 folks from council right now sitting on the cycling committee. Maybe only one needs to. I don't know about those kinds of things, right? I can tell you from personally my own experience that having a member of council at an advisory committee meeting is extremely helpful, right? And there are really only a handful of quote unquote advisory committee meetings, right? There are 14, advisory committees. Those other subcommittees, I'll be honest, they all work in slightly different ways. So I would say that, like this one, for instance, is one that is a legislative subcommittee, right? That forms a part of the governance model at City Hall, reports directly in a certain kind of chain of command. But there are other committees that are subcommittees that don't operate in this way at all, aren't even called subcommittees, but are classified in that way. So I totally agree that the whole system needs to be looked at holistically, right? And is this a subcommittee? Does it make sense? And maybe at the end, what you'd have, Councillor Whitehead, is you'd start saying, wait a minute here, we actually kind of have maybe 30 or 40 advisory committees, not just 14. And then the question must be asked at that point, is that a sustainable model? So that's my response to your question about what needs to be looked at, because I think right now the classifications might be off.
I really appreciate that, because like I said, the first thing I announced when I got to the cycling committee is that if you really want councillors involved, you can't have the meetings on council night. It just doesn't make sense. So hopefully we'll get it fixed with the virtual meetings, and everything's changed anyway. So we're making do. The other point I was going to make, and I've said this too, we're not disciplined in the context of what goes to GIC, because right now, of course, we're in budgets. You're not going to avoid GIC in the context of budget deliberation. So that's going to happen anyway. So we're already exercising everyone involved on the budget process. However, on the general GIC meetings, it just boggles my mind when we spend so much time at those meetings, how many of those things should be going to the appropriate committees? Like, they're not orphans. A lot of those issues belong to a particular standing committee, and the argument sometimes was, and as I understood, the really only thing that the GIC was supposed to look at was the economic development piece, because when we created the planning department, we sort of hived out the economic piece, even though they still report to planning. And then it became a catch-all. So if it's really important, I guess, I'm not sure who makes that decision, clerks, it goes to GIC. And I find the agendas at GIC, like the general GIC, and is heavy. You've had long days. And I find sometimes, like, whether you're on public works, or the only one that I would make exception for is planning, because of the delegations and so forth. But most of those committees finish at a pretty reasonable time. So there's a load issue going on as we speak with the current GIC and the lack of discipline to ensure that the things that follow under the 5 standing committees, which they always did, actually take place there. Now, I do agree with you that there is an advantage in regards to the synergy of understanding as a councillor the interconnections with a lot of the climate change. It can roll through 3 committees. So I can understand the interconnectivity on some of these items and issues, but I don't know if they're material enough in the context of, I mean, I have to think about it, but I don't know if people are losing out. I think I'm more concerned about time management and discipline. And I think that's another area we need to work at, but I'd like to work on that other half that we talked about, because I think we can achieve what you're suggesting, but we can't do it without addressing the all those other committees. So thank you.
Thanks. I think you're
That's it.
right about that for sure. In terms of, carving out this, that, and other sections, there's no harm in renaming the planning committee, the planning and economic development committee, right? I mean, there's no harm in bringing that into that silo. If it's okay, Councillor Whitehead, if you don't have another question, I actually remember specifically what Councillor Wilson was speaking to earlier, and would appreciate being able to actually properly answer her question if it's okay.
Absolutely. Well, I'm not the chair right now. She is, so you have to ask her.
Are you relinquishing the chair, Councillor
Well, I
Whitehead?
don't have the chair because
Are your
he
questions
was responding. He was responding to me, and I think I took the chair back, didn't I? I
No.
did. Oh, okay. So he's asking you then.
done? Okay, so I'll be relinquishing the chair back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So go ahead.
Thank you. So Councillor Wilson's question was more specifically about motion to reconsider depending upon a 2/3 majority. And so my point was, and I think this is something you should think about, the whole bylaw is centered on, friends with, I would say, Borino's Rules of Order. Borino's Rules of Order are used for Canada's Parliament, and there's a section in there that says, look, like, if you're not a parliament, if you're some other kind of group, like a city council, here are the meeting rules for you. And there's this notion in the bylaw here saying, well, you need 2/3 of a majority to be able to reconsider a vote. But it says it's also dependent upon someone voting in the majority to put the motion forward. So there's 2 different kinds of limits. If you say to yourself, I want to reconsider this vote, let's just make up something. We voted for lemon cheesecake. Turns out 7 people are allergic to lemon cheesecake. We want to vote for cherry cheesecake. The question I have for you is, why should there be 2 limits on reconsidering that? Number 1, that there have to be a 2/3 majority to reconsider. And number 2, that a person voting in the majority on the previous motion has to be the one to bring it. And so I'm not aware in Borino's Rules of Order anywhere where there are 2 limits on bringing forward a motion. It seems extreme to me personally that you'd have that, and it seems undemocratic. So I think it's important to think through the implications of that. 2/3 of a majority is already enough of a limit on a reconsideration motion without having to also say the person in the majority has to be the one to bring that forward for reconsideration. There's certainly a counter argument to that in terms of how that's perceived, but everyone has the same standing on council, right? Every one of you has the same vote. No one of you has 1.5 votes, all you have 1 vote. And so you should all have the same powers to bring motions, to reconsider motions, to ask to rescind motions, and your power shouldn't be limited in any way based on how you voted previously. So that was my point, and thanks for the question, and sorry it took me a second to figure out what I had written. I appreciate that.
So, and it's also my understanding, clerks could correct me, that if it's challenged and it's not successful, I think you can't challenge it till the next term of council after that. I could be standing corrected, but I believe that's what. So there's another big test even after the challenge. Anyway, thank you very much, Cameron. I really appreciate it. And as you can see, everyone was listening and took the information, and we'll digest it. Thank you for helping keeping us informed of your perspectives. Thank you. I need a motion to receive. Moved by Councillor Wilson, second by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Carried.
Oh, so it's coming up. And that carries, Counselor, 6-0.
You. Okay, we are now at discussion items. 9.1, a review of the city's procedural bylaw amendments. So, to pause, look to the clerk staff. I'm looking.
Just if there's any discussion, the request to speak is now activated, Counselor.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions?
Oh,
Councillor
Counselor
Ferguson,
Wilson,
Councillor Wilson.
Counselor Ferguson, I'll add you guys to the speakers.
Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I just getting to my sticky notes. Thank you. Just a question, a few questions, if I could understand the intent behind some of these changes. On page, and I have what I'm using, Chair, is Appendix C, which is the appendix which uses red font, and it is the old procedural bylaw inserted with the proposed changes, just so staff know when I'm referencing it. On page 8 of the appendix C 3.3, locations of meetings, and I know the proposed changes do define what an emergency is, and I think that's the first time that has been done. But I'm just wanting to understand the rationale for allowing a meeting being held in an adjacent municipality. It says when necessary. And so just some clarification on the conditions and the rationale. Thank you. To the clerk, I would imagine.
Yep.
Through the chair. So in the pardon me, in the Municipal Act, if council wishes to hold meetings outside for whatever reason, outside of the municipality, we need to dictate in our procedural bylaw where we have those meetings. I'll give you an example. I'm not aware of any council meetings that have occurred outside of the city, but I know in the last city manager's selection committee, those meetings, the interviews were held outside of the city border.
So thank you, Clerk Holland. So in your opinion, then, we don't have to identify those conditions. It's just when necessary is a catch-all? If I could, through you, Chair.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you. Back to my question to Mr. Kretsch on page 10, quorum, a majority of members of council. Is that defined as 50% plus one on page 10 of 81 through you, Chair?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you. On page 11, under communication items, Chair, communication item 3.10, clause 4, communication items shall not be anonymous or contain any defamatory, obscene, offensive, indecent, improper, rude, or vulgar language. Could you, I think I know what improper might be, but would you like to speak to, is this a new clause and its purpose, please, through you, Chair?
Through the chair. So we've always had that around there. We just added a little bit to it. Improper, we would deem improper as being something that isn't within the authority of council. That would be improper to put it in as a communication item.
Okay, thank you. That helps. I had a question on page 21. And again, I don't know if this is new or not. I'm not familiar with it, but the Provisional Governance Committee, kind of during when an emergency is declared, is through you, Chair, to Clerk Holland, is that new? And who determines membership on that committee? Thank you.
Through the chair. So no, that is not a new item in there, and that would be dependent on who is available to sit on that emergency. If you're thinking of the pandemic, we were able to keep council all together. There may be other emergency situations which would prevent council from being able to participate, some members. So the provisional would only be used in a case of an emergency where we know we can't get the usual majority of council together in order to make decisions.
Thank you very much. Just on that same page, Clerk Holland, through you, Chair, Council communication updates. Earlier this term, I had discussed the importance, in my opinion, of ensuring that all communications to Council, at least we were provided a written record of it, including emails that were speaking to an action or policy of Council. I'm just wondering, it states 3.17 Council communication updates, all staff communication update documents sent to Council. Does that include emails through you, Chair?
Through the chair. No, that wouldn't include emails. Currently, staff circulate what we call information update documents to council, and those are posted on the website for the public to see them as well. So they get the same information that council does. Sometimes this is related to things, just update. Sometimes it's just a communication item of some sort. What we're trying to do is bring those in as official records. Currently, they are all made public. It's circulated to council, and at the same time it's posted to the city's website. What the clerk's office is proposing is that we take those items, those information updates, we're going to call them communication updates, and they will still be posted to the website immediately when they go to council at the same time. But what we're suggesting and our recommendation is that we put those as part of the public record. So that way, anybody who's looking them up, all you have to do is go to the council agenda in order to see what council has received in the last since the last council meeting, as far as communication updates go. So that way, that everybody can just go to the council agenda to see those items. They don't have to look to the city's website for those items.
My final question, and I'll cede the floor. Just if you could speak to the process. I think I read AFNA is going to be considering these changes at its meeting February the 4th. Is that when a decision is intended to be made? I'm thinking about someone like Mr. Kretsch, who's made some suggestions, and just to give other people an opportunity to review. Is now considered that public consultation period? I'm just not clear. Thank you. Through you, Chair.
Through the chair. So as part of our notification bylaw, it was posted in the paper that this bylaw was available. So it was available it is available for 2 weeks for people to comment on before the AFNA meeting. So it has been publicly notified that it's coming to AFNA within the 2-week period within our notification bylaw. And of course, anybody can delegate to AFNA on an item as well, because the minutes of the report from this meeting will be on the AFNA agenda. And of course, the final decision is not made until council.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So
Okay,
Councillor Whitehead, we've got Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Andrea, thanks for this update. And it appears from reading through it, the big changes are around the electronic meeting provisions. And, you know, what hasn't been perfect, but it's worked very well, you know, to be able to keep the business of the city going. And so I congratulate you and everyone else who put this together to get eScribe up and going and WebEx and you know, we're having a good meeting today. And so my question to you is, sometimes members of council can't be at a standing committee meeting or a council meeting because they're off on other city business. Right today, I'm attending Roma. Now, because it's virtual also, I'm doing both from the same location. But next year, when it's back to normal, I'll have to probably be in Toronto for the 3 days or 4 days that the conference goes on. I'm on the board, so it actually starts on Saturday and runs to Tuesday right now. And so with these changes in electronic meetings, will we be able to join a standing committee to be involved in debates that are important to us or votes that are important to us while staying virtual or staying in Toronto or Ottawa or wherever we happen to be on other city business?
Through the chair. So the way the procedural bylaw was amended in March to allow for electronic participation during emergencies only. So as long as the mayor keeps the declaration of the emergency, yes, you will still be able to participate. So that's not something that has been amended in this version of the bylaw. I would suggest that when the emergency is winding down, that's definitely something we could bring to governance committee again for review.
Because I believe I read in the
I'm happy to, if you want to put a motion forward today to amend that, we absolutely could do that today.
You know, when Councillor Whitehead's up with his mother up in the north, he probably would like to join us a couple of times. He could go to a hotel room or some other location and still join us, even though he's doing his duty as a son. So there's lots of examples this could happen. So, and I believe I've read in the paper, that doesn't make it right, correct. But I believe the school board already does this. And it'd have to be extenuating reasons. It can't be because it's more convenient to be at home than to be in City Hall. But if you're out of town on other city business in particular, or are dealing with some kind of a personal emergency, it'd be nice to have that back up to us. So you're suggesting that I should make a motion to have clerks investigate that and report back?
So I was intending on reporting back on that option when the emergency ended. In discussions with when the mayor was going to pull the emergency order down. But if you wanted to make an amendment and to bring it to AFNA, I'd be happy to work that with you.
Oh, so I wouldn't move the motion here and I have to move it at AFNA?
Sorry, you could, but you were talking about putting some criteria around it. So that might be something we could work on together if you wanted to, unless you know what the criteria is now. We could absolutely put the amendment forward.
I don't know.
today.
I'd be curious to hear from my colleagues on this also, but I would be prepared to put a motion today that clerks investigate it. That once the emergency is finished, that council members still be invited to join a meeting virtually when they're away on other city business or family emergencies or some kind of personal emergency. So if you could come back to me, Mr. Chairman, when you're finished your speakers list, I'd put that up to just an information report back from clerks to governance. And unless Andrea says this is the wrong place and I'm not hearing that.
Absolutely.
Okay, and my only other thing is it, I think it's new, Andrea, when I read it in the governor's report that meetings will not be stopped when you lose quorum. You just won't be able to vote. You'll still be able to hear presentations and have debate, but the meeting will be stopped when a vote is required. Is that new?
Through the chair, that has been our practice. There's been times when we've been in council chambers, sometimes during budget, sometimes during delegations where members will leave when there's a presentation going on. They may leave the room, they go into the council chambers ante room, and they can still see. So as long as there's a discussion going on, you can lose quorum. And in order to try and keep the meeting going, at times we'll keep the meeting going during that time. And then, but if there's a decision made, you must have quorum. It's really to help with the continuity of the meeting.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea because you're right. Sometimes we go and have lunch in the ante room, but we're still listening while we're in there. And so I really support that idea. And thank you for formalizing that. So, Mr. Chair, once again, come back to me and I'll just write out a motion real quick on the virtual meeting post-emergency.
Absolutely. Thank you for raising those issues. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First question. So section 3.12 in the procedural rules has been stricken out. Think it's simply been moved to 6.1, but I'd like to confirm that.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
And when I'm reading 6.1, Madam Clerk, and now everything's in red and underlined, the only, if I'm looking for what was being changed or proposed to be changed, I'm assuming is the section that's now highlighted in that gray box. Because everything's in red and everything's underlined. So I'm looking for what's changed in 6.1. And I'm assuming it's just in those gray boxes, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Clark, it's Janet
Yes.
speaking.
Hi there.
Yes, hi. Yes, that is how I done that section, only because all those sections were moved, so it is a change to the bylaw, but to specifically show you what was changed in those sections, I have done that.
And that's very helpful. Thank you very much. I was just trying to make sure that I was reading what we're supposed to be reading. Can I go to page 5 of 81 on I think it's Appendix C. And we're talking about point of privilege. And there's a whole bunch of suggested changes to point of privilege. So what has been occurring frequently is that points of privilege and points of order are raised by members of the committee or council in order to refute or dispute something that was said about their argument by another councillor. And the statement is used, well, they named me. So therefore I have a right for a point of privilege. And yet when I'm reading the rules of order, it doesn't say that. As a matter of fact, it specifically says in Borno's rules of order, sometimes a member will rise on a so-called point of order to refute or dispute a statement by a member who has the floor. The speaker will inform him that it's not a point of order and the debate proceeds. And the same thing on point of privilege. People will rise to correct reports of their speeches or inaccurate statements from news media or someone else on council about their position. But that's not a point of privilege. That's simply a point of debate and they get the floor to debate it. So does this clarify that then? So that when people say, I've been named, I get a point of privilege or a point of order, that's no longer the issue?
Through the chair, yeah. So what we've done is we've amended it so that it's a point of privilege if it's considered personal, and a point of order when we're talking procedural.
And so if the rights of the collective or me as an individual are somehow being infringed upon, that would still be a point of privilege, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, I like that change. That's good.
And I will add that we've also, and it is the chair that determines the point of that a point of privilege is.
Yes.
Yes.
I was going to get into, so they would actually hear the argument for a point of order or a point of privilege, not simply state it's not a point of order or a point of privilege, and then check with the clerk and make a determination whether or not it's a legitimate point of order or point of privilege, correct?
Yes, and a point of order can be challenged.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. 3.3. So I'm curious how we're going to deal with the approval of all of the agenda, because I don't agree that we should ever have a meeting for the city of Hamilton in another municipality. I don't care what the issue is. So how do I vote against 3.3.2? We're not doing clause. Are we going to do clause by clause on these changes?
So through the chair, if you wish, if there are clauses that you wish to strike out, we can certainly put an amendment forward with those items that you wish to strike out, and then we can vote on them collectively. But if certain members want to vote on them separately, then we'll pull them apart. But I would recommend that if you have amendments that you want, that we put them together.
Okay. I'm not sure.
I'll check with Angela if that works with her through the chair.
Thank you. And I'm not sure any member of the committee has come prepared with motions to sever out a section that they don't agree with. So we'll have to see. Quorum call. I was a little bit confused on quorum call. I was under the impression that after 30 minutes, if there's no quorum, the meeting is done. The chair says the meeting is recessed because there's no quorum. But now it shows a 15-minute quorum call. Can you explain to me why that is? What's the rationale? 3.7 is where I found it, Madam Clerk.
Okay, it's Councillor Clark, it's Janet again.
Hi.
3.7 and the 30 minutes, okay, is at the beginning of a meeting. Okay, so we wait 30 minutes. If at 9:30 this morning we didn't have quorum, we'd wait 30 minutes for us to possibly achieve quorum. 15 minutes is during a meeting. Okay, if at 10 o'clock today we lost quorum, could we regain quorum in 15 minutes? If not, then the meeting's adjourned.
Okay, so where does that say that? So I see it electronically, that's 15 minutes, but I don't see it for an in-person meeting.
I believe we've added it for the electronic meetings only because there's a possibility that we have members, a few members that will lose a connection to their internet for some reason. So we had to put in the 15-minute waiting period so that when we lost quorum, we didn't automatically adjourn. We could at least wait the 15 minutes for members to regain their connection to the meeting.
Okay, and so help me out hypothetically here. We're in a real live person meeting. A vote has been called. We do not have quorum. What rule applies? Because I can't find one.
Through the chair. So typically we've taken a recess when it's been in person.
So you just recess the meeting and go away? But when do you do that? After 30 minutes or after 15 minutes?
Sorry, through the chair. So typically when we're in person, if we've lost quorum, at times the chair will call a recess until quorum comes back.
And
Put the 15 minutes in when we're really in the electronic, when we're in the electronic world, because it's difficult for us to figure out if people are having connection issues or if they've actually left the meeting.
Okay.
But if you want to put something in there for in person, we're happy to add that in there.
It seems to me, Madam Clerk, like it's missing. So you're saying that we recess, but how long do we recess until we get quorum? And we should have the rule saying that if after we've recessed looking for quorum, if quorum is not established within 15 minutes, then the meeting is deemed to have been recessed because of lack of quorum. I don't see that anywhere for a live in-person meeting.
I'm happy to add that in there. If the rest of committee agrees, we'll just put it in as a friendly amendment.
Through the chair, section 3.75 is under INP is where quorum cannot be maintained during an in-person council meeting.
Yes, I agree. But my point is, if we're going to have procedural rules, we should be consistent. If after 30 minutes we don't have quorum, after a quorum call, then the meeting is now closed. If we want to say it's after 15 minutes of a quorum call and we don't get quorum, then the meeting is closed. It's not defined there. So the way 5 INP stands, the mayor or deputy mayor could wait an hour if they want.
So
there has to be rules there.
So if we insert 15 minutes in there in some way, we can do
it just
that.
has to. I love the idea of what you did in ELE. Absolutely, makes sense. but we need to be consistent with in-person meetings. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, we will prepare an amendment to that section so that it includes the 15 minutes as it does in the electronic. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I don't know about my time. Please advise me if I've gone over my 5 minutes, and I'll
You
go
have
on
actually
second.
30 seconds left because you're asking questions. You are speaking a lot.
Oh, God bless you. 5.8.2, if I'm reading it correctly, we can have a standing committee meeting and then 2 days later, we can approve it and ratify it at council? Is that what's being suggested there?
Sorry, Councillor Clark, I was getting to that page through the chair. If you could repeat
No
your
problem.
question, please.
Yeah, I'm just looking for it right now.
No cooling off period.
5.8.2 says a minimum of 2 days shall pass before the report of a standing committee, selection committee, et cetera, is presented to council. Every effort will be made, the standing committee or selection committee be released at an earlier date. So realistically, what we're doing here is if general issues committee makes a decision on something that is of a note in the broader municipality, the residents will only have 2 days to provide comment to the councilors before it can come to council and be approved. It seems to be, I'm concerned about that. Not to mention a 2-day turnaround can be challenging for councilors to catch up on something that was done at the planning committee and they're not on the planning committee. And they need to get to the planning committee members to find out what's going on in order to inform their decision.
Through the chair, it's Janet again.
Mhm.
That's where we, at council, we waive the rules to allow the presentation of the committee report and waive the rules on the 48 hours notice. So if we have a meeting that's the day before council and council needs to ratify those decisions that were made at that meeting, we ask council to waive the rules so that those recommendations can be considered without having the 2 days.
Okay, so that waiver process will continue then,
Correct,
the way this is written.
correct.
Okay, I still have concerns. I'll speak with my colleagues offline. That's a dramatic turnaround for some standing committees for us to be considering those and not having public comment. 5 point, oh, sorry, my 30 seconds
Time's
must be
up.
up by now. Yep.
Yep.
Can you put me
Yes.
on for a second time, Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely, Councillor Clark.
Much appreciated. Thank you, sir.
So now we're through the first time speaker, so I will now ask Councillor Wilson to take the chair.
Yes, thank you.
It's always
Please proceed.
difficult because I'm addressing the particular clause. 8 point, I think it's 8.4. Andrea?
Through the chair, yes.
And can you, I'm not clear what change was made, so can you provide that clarity?
Through the chair. So the current bylaw that's in place was silent on whether the chair could be challenged or not in this situation. With discussion with the legislative coordinators and with Janet, the manager of legislative services, it was our current practice that that could go unchallenged. With checking with Bernot's rules as well, that is the case in the Bernot's rules as well. And because it was silent in the procedural bylaw, we put it in for consideration at committee.
Appreciate the clarity. So I'm a guy that's gone to arbitration school, negotiation school, years of experience. And one thing that's been trained in me was a natural law, you have a right of appeal. Now, there are exceptional circumstances when you don't. So you have to weigh that in the context of what you're trying to achieve. So each councillor is elected and are representing over 30,000 residents. You cut off a councillor's voice, you're cutting off their voice. So it can't be taken lightly. So I'm trying to understand, because you and I had a conversation on an experience I had, how that experience even rises to what is written here.
Is
Because
that a
the clerk,
question
the
of
clerks,
definition?
the clerks ruled that it was proper in that circumstance for a council member to be kicked out without being a challenge. Correct? That was your ruling.
That's my advice, yes.
It was a ruling. I mean, that's what you do.
The chair
So-
rule, with respect, the chair rules, the clerk provides the procedural advice.
Fair enough. So when I look at the procedure bylaw, can you read it to me? Because I want to really highlight the difference on what was actually taking place and what is actually in the wording in this language.
I'm just cautious of almost I know this is not the word, but relitigating
No, I'm not
something
relitigating.
that
This
there
is new
has been
language.
a ruling on, and
No,
you as a member of committee seeking clarity on a
No.
a procedural bylaw amendment or a non-amendment.
No, I'm not relitigating anything. I didn't litigate that then, I'm not litigating it now, but we need clarity.
So can you reframe your question, please?
That's possible. I'm just not sure how I would reframe it. I mean, trying to keep myself out of it in the context of the experience, but the reality is that when you have a meeting that's being disrupted and a councillor not giving up the mic, we've had that done in the past, or says something that clearly is not parliamentary, the chair can ask for an apology or kick him out. So I want to know exactly where the lines are being drawn, because in this language, the language is pretty strong. We're talking about, at least the impression I get from the language, and people can agree with me or not, but I'll be interested to hear what they say. We're talking about an unruly councillor that is really tying up the course of doing business, and the chair trying to call in to keep the move. That's his job, to keep the meeting going. In that particular circumstance, you're saying that there's no right of appeal. And I'm not going to dispute that, although I'm having trouble how you can take an appeal out of anyone's hand. Anyone's hand. Because Borneo's rules aren't clear either. The second piece is, so if a chair arbitrarily makes a decision, then an apology is owed, that a councillor has to cry uncle just to stay in the meeting, even though he's not disrupting it.
So I will
without appeal. Sorry, without the appeal. Is that what we're saying now?
So I think we could refrain from issues like crying uncle. I think they're embedded with both misogynist meanings and some.
Well, that's
not
but
necessary.
I am.
We're saying
I'm
whether an
expressing.
apology is warranted or not.
I am expressing exactly what happened. I'm not over exaggerating. I mean, I had a lot of councillors talk to me afterwards and agreed with me. So I'm trying to. I just don't want things to run amok where a chair, you can have your hair combed in the wrong way, and they're going to ask you to apologize. I mean, there has to be a general understanding and not an overreach of discretion. And I think the language here is actually not bad. So I'm going to compliment Andrea that the language doesn't even come close to that circumstances on that given day in regards to what that rose to. Because the meeting wasn't being delayed. The meeting was going on. The speaker was finished.
Counselor, you're well over your 5 minutes. So if I can summarize your question to the clerk is there a right of appeal when there is a ruling by the chair? And I'm not sure of your other question. So maybe we could take...
Basically, the only time that there isn't appeal is when the meeting is being disrupted by a council or a member without any recourse. He's not listening.
Clerk Holland, would you care
But
to
the
respond?
discretion of an apology, right? Then we're talking outside of the disruption piece, because this is really clearly talking about disruption, is it not? This language.
Clerk Holland, would you care to respond to the whole appeal issue once the rendering of a chair has been made, which rendering of a chair is made on most other things without a right of appeal, but please proceed.
They're all appealable. Look at Bornos. Almost every issue in council is appealable.
So through the chair, there are only 2 items within the procedural bylaw as we're putting the amendments forward today. The only 2 items that the chair will have decision over without appeal is point of privilege and decorum. So, but however, what we've placed in here is that if the member apologizes, they may by vote of the majority of the council or committee members be permitted to remain at the meeting. So that is really the appeal that we put in. Bernot, let me finish, please. Bernot is quite specific in saying that no debate is permitted on the speaker's decision, nor can the decision be appealed to the House.
Yes.
And that's in Bernot. So
yes.
what we've done is we have looked at other...
Councillor Whitehead, please.
So what we have done is we have looked at...
Clerk speak.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm just trying to, so we're not wasting a lot of time.
You're over your 5 minutes. Let her answer the question, please, Councillor Whitehead. And then if you'd like to go on a second time.
No, we're agreeing, sorry. That's why I was doing that.
Well,
so
you're
through the chair,
interrupting.
Through the chair, what we've done is we've looked at other, Janet does a very good job of looking at other procedural bylaws across Ontario and other large municipalities to see how they handle these items. So the decision is the chair's. It is unappealable. However, we've looked at other procedural bylaws where what they allow is that if the member apologizes, committee or council will vote, and if the majority vote, the member can stay.
Now, did you read that language carefully?
Councillor Whitehead, you're well beyond your 5 minutes. As I mentioned before, if you would like to go back on, just please advise, and I'd be more than happy to take the chair again.
And I will read the actual clause.
Okay, so Councillor Whitehead, it looks like I am next, if that's okay. So I'd like to hand back the chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk. I just had, I'd like to go back to my first question in terms of public consultation and these proposed changes. I didn't come prepared to this subcommittee with motions because I thought we would be debating it and allow for public delegations at AFNA on February the 4th. So similar to Councillor Clark, I'm not in favor of hosting business of the municipality outside of the municipality. So, and also in terms of Mr. Kretsch's, some of his recommendations, I just want to understand if we were to deliberate motions today on the 4th of February, would that mean that the public, they would be speaking to perhaps something that they may not be aware has already proposed change? Could you just help me figure out the ordering of what we're asking the public to delegate on if we do entertain motions today on in this to change what we thought we were going to have them delegate on? Thank you.
Through the chair, I'm going to respectfully ask Angela to give you advice on the procedures of how this moves to AFNA.
Thank you.
Hi, Councillor, through the chair, it's Angela. So the report from governance that happens today will go to AFNA to be approved. So any changes that you make today will go to AFNA. So anyone speaking, any delegates that want to speak to it at AFNA can still speak to it, and they can speak to both what came here to governance and specifically what is being brought forward through the amendments that you may make today at committee. So that'll
Thank you,
all be
Angela.
posted with the first, it won't even be in addition to the agenda. I'm hoping to have the report done and on the original agenda for AFNA.
Thank you, Angela. That's very helpful. I really appreciate that.
No problem.
I just had one additional question, and it actually doesn't pertain to a change. It's something I was not appreciative of. It is with respect to when a member of council attends a standing committee on which they are not a member, and it says they can attend it only if the matter pertains to something that affects their ward. It is on page 26 of 81 of Appendix C, so under Rules of Procedure, which is 5.9. Could you, if I may, through you, Chair, to the clerk, if there was a matter, say, that perhaps a particular committee was debating something with respect to housing in general, it may not necessarily affect my ward, but I may consider housing across the city or the policy of that to be really important. Is this suggesting that I'm not able to attend that particular committee because it's not maybe specific to my ward, through you, Chair?
Through the chair, typically members have come to, say, Hamilton Housing as an example. If they're interested in the housing and maybe a report that comes forward and they want to speak to it. My experience has been, it's been a bit flexible, but if that's an amendment and something you would want to strike out of the existing procedural bylaw, then we could absolutely, you could put an amendment forward to strike that out.
Thank you. I appreciate your counsel. Thank you, Chair.
No problem.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, point of order. Can I just ask what section that was that the council was speaking to?
Thank you. It is 5.9 under Rules of Procedure. And I'm, Councillor Clark, I'm working from Appendix C, which has all the red points of inclusion of the new suggestions.
Much appreciated. I just got lost.
No problem. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, so many buttons to push. Give me 1 second to get back to where I was. It is item 6.2.6, and I don't know what page number that was on, so give me a second to get down there. Oh, come on. This is with regards to correspondence coming before the committee, and I'm trying to understand the rationale and the laws that are requiring redaction of staff names. And I'm trying to understand how we restrict the public from addressing council about a councillor or staff for that matter. Section 6. Where the heck is it?
Which appendix?
It's appendices C. And I've got 6.2.6. But that's not it. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have to find the exact section.
You want
Do you know the section I'm
front of the speaker?
referencing, Madam Clerk?
Through the chair, Councillor Clark, it's Janet. It's section 5.14 in subsection 6.
5.14, you said?
Yes, subsection 6.
Okay, so yes, so 5, yes. So communications item shall not contain the names of individual staff or public with the exception of the author's name. Any names found in the communication will be redacted. So MFIPA is what you're citing here. I'm trying to understand how it deals with city staff. So the director for planning and economic development is well known in the community, and people are writing in about an issue. So his name is stricken from that communication. Is that what you're suggesting?
Through the chair, no, what we're saying is that at times, individuals' names, it could be staff or the public, their names may be redacted. It's going to depend on the context of the letter. But absolutely, if they have Andrea Holland, city clerk in the letter, that's going to appear in the communication item.
But that's not what the clause says. The clause says communication items shall not contain the names of individual staff or public.
Sorry,
And
that should,
challenge-
through the chair, that should say may.
Thank you. So I communicate, to be clear, communication items may contain the names. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, it may not contain the names. Depends if we have to redact it pursuant to MFIPA.
Thank you. So
Thank
shall
you.
become,
Thank you for catching that.
no problem. Shall becomes may, correct?
Yes.
And then there was another item.
Can I just do a quick point of order again, Mr. Chair? I'm looking at Appendix C,
No.
and all it is links to council communications updates.
Mhm.
It can't be Appendix C that we're on right now.
Through the
C
chair,
is in Charlie.
through the chair, Councillor Ferguson, it's the comparison document is what is being referred to
Which
as
appendix is that?
Appendix C. It's not an appendix, it's called a comparison. It's
It's
under-
the 81-page document, if that helps.
Got that, Lloyd? Counselor?
So is that
There's-
Appendix A then, Janet?
No, it's A, then there's B, there's C, and then there's a comparison document.
Oh, okay.
Appendix
Well, that's
D.
right.
That's the one. That's the one.
But that's not Appendix C. Okay.
No, it's not.
My fault.
Okay.
I think I
And-
called it that.
And
Yeah.
through
Thank
the-
you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Clark.
And through the chair, if we're changing section 5.146, we also have to change section 3.105. So we're making a note of that because they're both the same. One's for council, the other one's for committees. So we'll make notes of anything that's duplicated.
May I continue, Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
And so the only reason I'm suggesting that is there's no doubt that as elected officials and as senior staff within the municipality, any municipality, they have the rights to privacy the same as anyone else, but their rights to privacy are limited. Their name is already public. It's constantly being referenced in public. You don't have the right to look at mortgage documents. You don't have the right to look at a whole bunch of information. Not be restricting the communications from residents where they can't name a staff person or an issue. The other issue that I'm curious about is number 10 on that same section, communications respecting the conduct of members of council or any member of body subject to review by the Integrity Commissioner will not be placed on the standing committee agenda. The author be advised the process for filing a complaint with the Integrity Commissioner. So this is really restrictive. And my challenge is, we charge $100 for any complaint through the Integrity Commissioner. And not everyone wants to go the route of going to the Integrity Commissioner. And writing a letter, most of the letters that we receive at council are are overwhelmingly respectful and civil. They may not agree with what we're doing, but they're civil. So I'm struggling to understand why communications respecting a counselor will not come before council.
Through the chair. So agenda items that are placed on any agenda, standing or council or subcommittee meetings are items that are before council for discussion, debate, recommendation, and decision. The conduct of a member of staff, the conduct of a member of a committee is not for debate or discussion at a meeting or decision. So respectfully, if a letter comes forward complaining about the performance of a staff member, that will not be placed on council on a communication item. If somebody has a concern about the conduct of a council member, that should be brought up to the integrity commissioner. The integrity commissioner ensures that members are compliant with the code of conduct. That is not council's decision, or
So-
is not up for debate.
So if I may, Mr. Chairman, so a communication that comes in, let's hypothetically talk about a planning document, but it's critical that the counselor didn't attend a public meeting, or the counselor didn't hold a public meeting, or the counselor didn't address this issue or that issue, didn't respond to my emails. So you're saying any communications like that would be stricken and go to the integrity commissioner?
Through the chair, no. If it is an item, if they're discussing whether a counselor did not respond to them in an email concerning a planning matter or an issue that they have with their park, those items absolutely come forward because it's about an item that council has control over and authority over. It would be the planning matter. However, if they were just calling to say, I write letters to counselor whomever and I never hear a response, we would not put something like that forward on the agenda.
Okay, I think we're opening a big can of worms with this one. Because the courts, so has legal reviewed this and looked at court decisions to ensure that this is consistent with court decisions? Heck, St. Catharines, they tried to ban a guy from walking around with vulgar language out front of City Hall, and they complained about it, and the courts ruled that he had the right to do that. So then how do we have the right to say no to someone raising an issue about conduct on a counselor without going to the integrity commissioner?
Through the chair, that item is not, so council does not have authority over the conduct of deciding whether the conduct of a member is appropriate or not. That is for the integrity commissioner to measure them against the code of conduct. That's why we have an integrity commissioner. This is not a limit on free speech. We've had items, people come forward who wish to delegate to committee and council, and committee has denied them the ability to delegate. That does not infringe on their human rights. Council has the authority to decide what comes forward on their agendas. And the legal team did look at this procedural bylaw, and Nicole and Stacey Appleby are both here to answer any questions you have on the legal side.
Specifically on that item.
Through the chair, this is Stacey Appleby speaking. If I may, just referring to subsection 11, and I'm not sure if this is helpful, but it does specifically say that notwithstanding that section, standing committee members may add those communication items to a standing committee agenda. So there is some ability to do that notwithstanding section sub 10.
Okay, so
Through the chair, sorry, if I may, Councillor, only simply to say, in addition, so I think where Stacey is going there is it's not if we were having an outright ban, then certainly there would around human rights. And the case that you referred to, Councillor Clark, was exactly that. But where there is an opportunity for those communications to still come forward at the will of council, we're not concerned that that is a limitation on that, except to say we're trying to guide that information to the correct place, and ultimately council has control over what comes before them. So I hope that answers your question.
So I pulled the Fort Erie decision, and I am still wrestling with this because right into this, and he's referencing another court decision, Kusin versus Kwan. Democracy depends upon the free and open debate of public issues and the freedom to criticize the rich and powerful and those who exercise power and authority in our society. Debate on matters of public interest will often be heated and criticism will often carry a sting, and yet open discussion is the lifeblood of our democracy. So I'm trying to understand how we restrict residents' ability to communicate with council if they're concerned about the conduct of a councillor. And so that question is still legal because this is directly out of a court decision. The individual in question, Mr. Bracken's speech for testing the expectation of adoption of a bylaw about facility near his home, a marijuana facility near his home. He criticized the members of the town council. No doubt they didn't like being called liars and communists. But Mr. Brady, and not like Mr. Bracken, calling for him to be fired. On cross-examination, Mr. Braxton had the right to say he viewed it as a threat to his livelihood. The language was neither polite nor restrained, but as the court pointed out. So this is good, on point, and I'm trying to understand how we can put it into a bylaw that we're not going to allow residents to, in essence, complain or criticize council in writing.
Through the chair.
And we won't put it on the agenda accordingly.
So through the chair, what I hear you saying, Councillor, is absolutely that there are balancing, that there's necessary balancing in terms of charter rights. The case that you are referring to dealt with an outright ban of that individual, so they were removed. And so ultimately the court and council and frankly our legal review goes to exactly that balancing. So when you have an outright ban, there's obviously going to be a higher, necessarily higher regard for the balance between those various factors when you're making the analysis. That said, here we're not suggesting an outright ban, merely a guidance to the appropriate body that would have the review of that conduct, in this case, the Integrity Commissioner. So in our review, we weren't concerned that that was a ban and that there was somehow a restriction on speech, because ultimately council retained the authority to include all of those communications. So there in fact isn't a restriction, merely a guidance as a first triage point to the appropriate body who would review that conduct. That said, the procedural bylaw is entirely council's, and if you are uncomfortable or you would prefer that that not be there, that's ultimately council's decision. From a legal review, we're comfortable with what's put forward to you, but I'm happy to have further discussion on the case and other things at your leisure.
So what's put before us does not provide any discretion to the chair or the council. It says will not be placed on the standing committee agenda. And so if it's a letter that's come in that disagrees with a council decision and criticizes that council decision, the way I'm interpreting this is that could be viewed as something that should go to the Integrity Commissioner and will not be appearing on our agenda. So who makes the call? Because this is will not, in this case, all communications that question the conduct of the council will not be placed on the agenda. That's what this says.
Through the chair. So it is, what it does say is the conduct. So that is behavior. It is not decisions. Any decision that anybody disagrees with sends a communication item to the member of council or council as a whole. That absolutely appears on the agenda.
Councillor Clark, your time is up.
Just a quick supplemental. They could include in that letter that they haven't, that council did not exercise their due diligence and act with fiduciary responsibility, which is a question of conduct.
Through the chair. So when we're looking at conduct, we're looking at the code of conduct. So if they're speaking to something that falls within the code of conduct, we would refer them to the integrity commissioner. That's what that is in reference to. If that gives you any comfort. If not, you can absolutely, we can absolutely strike out whatever part you're not comfortable with. But that was the intent of that.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, if you can come back to me, I only have one last issue, and it's item 8.4, the issue of the chair's authority and without challenge, which you commented on earlier.
Thank you. So I have to pass the chair over to Councillor Wilson. I have my clock here, so.
Thank you. Please proceed.
So I'm going to read the language because I'm going to ask our legal, because I've gone to an appeals court and they say you have to have tests. There's certain tests that have to be applied. So in this particular language, 8.4, should a member of a council persist in conducting themselves in a manner contrary to the rules? Persist contrary to the rules in subsection 8.1. After having been called to order by the mayor or the chair of the committee. The mayor or the chair may order them without challenge to vacate the place, the meeting, and being held. If the member council apologizes, they may be, by vote, a majority of council or committee members be permitted to remain at the meeting. So there is an appeal here, but you have to apologize. But the apology is not for conduct. It's actually for disruption.
All right.
It's for disrupting a meeting, and there's different tests should be applied. So and the reason I say that is because when you're dealing with elected officials, you're also dealing with the voice of over 30,000 people. So that it has to be weighed. So is there a different degree of this particular issue that wouldn't fall under this language? I'm asking our legal that question now.
I did see, my apologies, I have a cat. Nicole, there was
Yes,
a question
through the chair.
asked.
So, Councillor, if I'm correct in understanding, you're looking to understand the circumstances where that rule would apply.
Yeah, so
Is that
be
correct?
clear, because when you look at Borneos, you look at and there's, you can challenge the chair on almost everything. I think we're not doing it for privilege now, but for almost any ruling that the chair comes with. This one here is an exceptional circumstances if you read and listen and understand the intent of the language. And it should be there. That's why I was agreeing with you. Should a member of council persist in conducting themselves in a manner contrary to the rules set forth in subsection 8.1? What if they're not persistent? What if they were finished, the meeting was going on, carried on, it didn't delay anything?
Through the chair, so certainly the interpretation of those rules is in the chair's hands as they guide the meeting. So I would imagine that the persistence and sort of the repeated action on behalf of the member would feed into whatever decision the chair would make in terms of whether that rule applied.
Well, but I mean, if you're leaving that kind of discretion, then it's back to the scenario I was painting. I mean, the Borneo rules was really for a very disruptive person that wasn't allowing the business of the day to carry to move forward. But a chair isn't elected by the people to actually kick people out because their interpretation of what should happen isn't the interpretation of the balance of council. So, in exceptional circumstances, as this is identified, and the language is pretty powerful. There's no question about it. I'm not parsing this. This is pretty clear.
So
But
question here,
in a
sir?
situation where a chair is unilaterally making a decision that somebody should make an apology for how they feel, I'm trying to understand how that fits this language.
Is that question directed to someone? And can you again
Yeah,
clarify?
I think the
question?
best thing I should do is, first of all, I think the principle of appeal by council, no one's God. This is not a kingdom, right? It's not a dictatorship. So I really believe that there should be, if the committee wants to challenge, or the person wants to challenge it, and he has the support of the council, what does that say?
Okay. Respectfully, sir, your question about appeal has been asked and it has
Yep.
been answered
No,
by
I'm
the clerk.
taking offline because I think I need to talk to our
Please.
legal, because I know there are tests that what will happen there is not even close to related to this language. And that's why we need to address that, because I think there are different levels of disagreement. Fair enough. But one should be appealable and the other shouldn't.
Thank
And
you.
I think when it's so disruptive that they're not even allowing anyone to speak, the being's halted, obviously in that case you have no choice.
Councillor Whitehead, I think the suggestion you've made is good. If you could take this offline,
Thank you.
your question has been asked and answered. Thank
Well, I don't
you.
know, 'cause it hasn't been
Are
answered yet.
you, you just maybe don't agree with the answer.
No, we haven't. I haven't got an answer on the degree because there are tests. One thing I've
Council-
learned from court, there are tests.
Councillor Whitehead, do you have any further questions?
No.
Okay, I'll hand the
Thank you.
chair back to you. Thank you.
So I'd like to just identify that I'm going to have a conversation with legal after this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So Councillor Clark.
Oh, my mic's still on. That's good. Well, it could have been bad too. So item 8.4. I want to ask the clerk, do we have a document that provides us with a list of, for example, unparliamentary language?
Through the chair, no, but we could absolutely put a sample together and distribute that.
When the chair is making a decision on the behavior of a committee member, when it happens with a speaker in Parliament, they have Hansards, they have Erskine May, which is a parliamentary expert who's written lots of documents that they rely on. They rely on another fellow, Beauchesne, who again writes these things. And so they have this list of precedents in terms of what is unparliamentary, and they can rely on it, and therefore they make the decision, and their decisions are without challenge in Parliament. They name the individual, because in Parliament they have a different process. They call them by writing. As soon as they name them, then they have to leave the chambers. I'm trying to ascertain how a chair decides, because the way it seems to be right now, it's really at the discretion of the chair and their level of experience, and a chair without a great deal of experience could decide that this crossed the line with unparliamentary language, and in fact it didn't. So how do we assist chairs in making those decisions?
Through the chair. So the order and decorum is outlined in 8.1 of that section, and that's what they're basing their decision on. We also do training with all members of chairs. We just did a round of training in the fall with members of chairs. And then we also do it as any member who is new to the chair position. We also do further training if they ask for it.
Okay, thank you. And can I ask, Mr. Chairman, prior to this review of the rules of order, the chair still had the authority to expel a councillor. This is new, we're adding without challenge. Is that correct?
Through the chair, it was silent. And that's why we've looked to Bruno, because within our procedural bylaw, we say where things are silent, we look to Bruno. So we brought that wording in, so it is explicit. But again, it is up to committee to decide on how they want to, the procedures of their meetings is within, it's their bylaw.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, can I provide comments now, or are you going to do that later?
Well, I think the question, you're the third, sorry, so I don't have anyone else speaking at this point, so go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not asking any questions on 8.4.
Correct.
To be clear, that the you know, Bruno's Rules of Order is an excellent document, but it wasn't written for municipal councils. It was written for Parliament, all of the parliaments, and it's now been extended and it's used for boards and lots of organizations. But when you read the document, it is completely directed to Parliament. It talks about prima facie cases for points of orders and points of privilege. It's all about the parliamentary process in Parliament. We're not Parliament. We don't have a speaker who has the history, the experience, and the reference documents for Hansard, Erskine May, Bergers, and others to review to make a decision on procedure, on a point of order, or a point of privilege. Our chairs are rotated once every 15 months. So we're expecting a chair every 15 months to understand Bruno's and understand all of these rules of order and procedure, which is an acquired skill. And you're asking them to be able to determine whether or not they can order someone out of the chamber, and that authority is sacrosanct. And that's a bit of a problem. I do not see the harm in the test of an order to expel being put to a vote by the committee or the council that is there. So if I were to expel Councillor Whitehead, then there could be an automatic challenge of that decision to make sure that the committee around that table understands why I expelled, and the member gets to explain why he shouldn't be expelled, and the committee makes the decision. Ultimately, it's that same committee that makes the decision whether or not they can come back in after an apology. So they can issue an apology, and if the 2/3 vote doesn't accept that apology, then they can't come back in according to our rules. And so I have a problem in terms of governance structure, in terms of how we operate as a municipality, given the draconian tool to expel a member of council without any challenge. I could expel Councillor Whitehead and no one decides to challenge the chair. That could happen too, but it should be an avenue, just in case the discretion that I'm utilizing is right on the line of the acceptability of the council. And so I think 8.4 should be put to a severed vote for that change. And as it's written right now, I can't accept it. I think the council should have that ability to challenge the chair. The only other item that, Mr. Chairman, 3.3.2, so meetings outside of city geographical territory. I'd like a sever on that. And 5.14.10, I'd like a sever on that in terms of restricting communications critical of council. And then 8.4. And so those are the only items, Mr. Chairman, for me, that we would need to sever. I'd request politely to sever so that I can vote my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Councillor Wilson to take the chair for a moment. I wanted to speak to one of those items.
So Councillor Whitehead, Councillor Pearson's also on the speakers list, and she's the first time speaker.
Thank you for the
Pearson.
Yep, Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm just reading back through as I'm listening to the conversations for us today. So I just want to ask to staff, only because it seems minor, but I'm concerned. Section, and I apologize, trying to find the page number. Page 39, section 8, order and decorum. And I just want to be sure, and I know it's in place, but it's never followed. It says here that no person in attendance in person or virtually at a council or committee meeting shall bring food or beverages, water accepted into the council chamber when it's an in-person meeting being held. And I know in the past, I think we've debated this and talked about this in the past. Councilors bring coffee into the council chambers. You know, you can have residents, planners, delegations come in and they'll bring a coffee. Sometimes the meetings go for a very long day and they'll scoot down to the cafeteria and grab a sandwich and bring it back up. So can you just clarify? I mean, we've never enforced this before. I understand the concern, truly understand it, but I'm just worried that we're getting hung up on something that maybe there's a fairness. We do it as councillors, but we're saying to the public they can't. That's the question, Mr.
Thank you. Andrew?
Through the chair, that's something that's always been existing. I imagine it's there to keep the facility clean. And it decreases on our cleaning costs. But again, it's up to committee to decide if they wish to remove that.
And it's never been challenged. I know that. I'm just afraid that as things get, as we answer question, that this may get challenged at one day. And the table first should be the first ones that follow the rules. So I do have concerns with that. I'm just going to mull over it, and maybe talk to some of my colleagues offline after in relation to this and some of the other items being raised. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
Councillor Ferguson.
Councillor Ferguson.
Councillor Whitehead.
Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I still got my, don't want you to forget, I got a motion that I'd like to move before we go into the discussion on the motion that's before us, or the recommendation that's before us, because it's simply referring a question back to staff. So if you come to me shortly, that would be good.
Absolutely. Okay, Councillor Wilson, can you take the chair?
Certainly, and I'm going to apologize at the outset for any barking of dog in the background.
Thank you. I was thinking about the issue that Councillor Clark raised, and I just want to make sure, for example, we set up the Great Lakes Charter or the economic sectorial discussion, and we're having meetings in Burlington, we're moving them around. So would that impact the concern that's being raised here? I just trying to understand, because you got to be careful how you cast that net, because there will be meetings outside this community regarding issues of shared interest. So, I mean, I should ask Councillor, through the chair to Councillor Clark, was that being incorporated in that concern?
Councillor Clark, would you like to bring any clarity to that?
Could he reword the question? Sorry, Councillor.
Thank you.
Yeah, so
Councillor Whitehead, could you reword?
We will have facilities hosting meetings outside of Hamilton. For example, we have I think the Partridge attends a group in Burlington to deal with common interest, I guess, with watershed and so forth. So I just want to be careful that we don't chop off more than we need to in the context of your concern.
My understanding, thank you, Councillor, Madam Chair, my understanding is that the bylaw is specifically dealing with municipally initiated meetings. So if it's a meeting that the city of Hamilton has initiated, then that's where they're arguing that they should have the right to go outside of the geographical territory if necessary, and I disagree with that. Everything else, NPCA, all of the government, that's all separate from the city of Hamilton. We don't set the schedule for those or where they're going to meet.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'm, so
Councillor
we had
Whitehead?
so I was going to use an example because I mean, we've been talking about setting this up, and I don't know if they set up yet, but it's a regional sectorial development committee for economic development, which would include Oakville, Burlington, Niagara. So you would have these other jurisdictions that would be participating in the sectorial development. So
Yes.
you probably you'd have turns moving from one city to another in regards to the meetings, because that's just how those work. This concern of yours wouldn't get caught up in that.
No, sir.
This wouldn't get caught up in that's concern, would it?
That you are 100% correct. It would not get caught up in it. The way I read the bylaw, it's municipally initiated meetings. So if it's our meeting and we've initiated it for our councillors or our standing committees,
thank you.
Then that's what we're talking about.
Thank you for the clarity. The next question I had
Sorry,
is
Councillor Whitehead, just 1 second, if you don't mind. Clerk Holland, I did see your hand up, and I don't know whether you were wanting to add something to that.
Through the chair, yes. So specifically 3.3, item 2 says when necessary meetings of council. So it is specific to council.
Thank you. The second concern I raised, and I think you actually flattened out nicely, is the behavior thing and letters going to council, because I don't think we even accept letters criticizing staff going to council. Because if it's not adjudicated, even papers won't put letters in regarding complaints or concerns about other people unless they do their due diligence, because there could be a loss of false information that's contained that might do harm to those in the letter. So I wanted to understand that is a practice even with newspapers and so forth, because now you're going into a public forum. If somebody's going to make an allegation about anyone, it is only proper until there's an investigation to determine if there's any accuracy, or you wouldn't want to be in a lawsuit in respect to an individual who will say, no, that never happened, and now I'm harmed by the fact that this is being publicized and your venue allowed to do harm. So I want to understand that we understand there's a due process, and people can't just write letters complaining about a counselor behavior. There is a due process for that, because if they write it, there's no evidence that it happened until it's investigated. So maybe Councillor Clark can provide clarity on that as well.
Councillor Clark, did you wish to speak to that item which you were seeking to isolate when it came to the vote in terms of correspondence incoming?
The challenge with government is that we're not the same as any other organization. So the courts have ruled that the public has a right to the democratic criticism or critique of their elected officials. And so unless it's slandering or libeling someone, there's no reason for those letters to be withheld and go to the Integrity Commissioner.
Agreed.
In fact, our Integrity Commissioner bylaw, I'm not even sure it contemplates that type of work, and referencing sending letters to the Integrity Commissioner simply because we don't want to publish them because it's going to cause embarrassment for elected officials is simply going to increase our costs, because we have to pay the Integrity Commissioner to review those letters. So that's another point. So I'm just concerned that we have to be very careful that at the end of the day, while you're trying to ensure that we have civil and respectful dialogue and discourse, which I'm all for, that you accidentally infringe upon people's rights, and you lose that battle in the court of public opinion.
Yeah, so I think there's a difference between a disagreement with philosophy or ideology than there is in the context of allegations of behavior. So I just want to make sure there's you distinguish those two issues separately. Behavioral is a code of conduct issue, and you know, because I don't want chickens in my backyard is not correct. Is that basically where the line is, Councillor?
Are you asking Councillor Clark, Councillor
Chair.
Whitehead?
Yes.
Just a reminder, I'm not the clerk, but yes,
No.
I would agree with that. That is exactly the point.
Thank
So
you.
if it's a code of conduct, if it's an allegation that you accepted a bribe, that's not something that comes before the public. That would automatically go to the Integrity Commission. I 100% agree with that. But my concern with the way the clause is written is the clause is silent on the definition. So what are the issues that we're going to restrict a letter from going public versus accidentally catching up a letter that should have gone public and we've now, so you get my point. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I just wanted to get clarification on those two issues. Thank you. That's all I have. I'll take the chair back.
Thank
And
you.
at this point, we need to receive the report, or do we get recommendations? And so,
Through the
Right.
chair, there's some things to be approved within the report. There might be some amendments that Councillor Clark was wanting to put forward, and also Councillor Ferguson has a separate motion on staff direction, I believe. So
yes. So, Councillor Clark. So, sorry, do we have to receive the report first and then deal with the substance of the report and the amendments?
no, we'll just put the recommendation on the floor, and then we'll do
Okay.
amendments to it.
Okay, thank you.
So respectfully, Mr. Chairman, Councillor Ferguson had proposed an amendment early on. He should be the first one that gets the opportunity to put an amendment
Absolutely.
before the committee.
Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move the staff report back to the governance model, allowing members of council to attend council meetings or standing committee meetings once the state of emergency is lifted, when a member of council is away or have a personal emergency and cannot attend in person. So that's my motion.
Thank you. That's second by Councillor Clark. All those in favor?
And I've just opened the voting.
Oh shit! Where are my friends?
So just waiting on Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Whitehead.
Yeah, the problem is I got one old computer. It's just not quick enough.
That's okay. I can put it in manually. Oh, there we go. And that carries 6-0.
Thank you. Is there any other amendments, Councillor Clark? Sorry, Councillor Ferguson.
That's all. I just hope when we go to amending individual sections, they're very clear where they're amending it and what appendice or and what numbers so we can follow it.
Yep. Thank you. I believe I have Councillor Clark now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you may have an old computer that you're dealing with. I have an old guy here that I'm dealing with. So I have a question of clerk because I want to understand the process here. So if I disagree with 3.3.2, which is meetings outside of the geographical jurisdiction of Hamilton, would I move to delete that, or would I simply just vote against that? Do you know what I'm saying, Madam Clerk?
Oh, through the chair, Andrea would like to speak to it first. There, Councillor.
Yep. Through the chair, I'm just reviewing 3.31 first.
Okay.
So if you're satisfied with 3.31 as it stands, which basically says all meetings will be held in the city of Hamilton, then we can strike 2.
I'll second that.
Okay, Andrea,
yes.
where are you so I can follow this?
So this would be 3.3.
Of which attachment?
I'm looking at the bylaw, so it's the one that has 81 pages and all the changes in the bylaw.
So is that the comparator document?
No, through the chair, it's Appendix A. That
Okay,
is
and
the
which
bylaw.
and which number?
3.3.
And through the chair, there's also section 5.52, which is standing committees meeting outside of the city of Hamilton. So is that to be stricken as well?
Councilor Coyle.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I would agree to delete both 3.3.2 and 5.5.2.
And I hate to be a pain. What page number are you on?
Oh gosh, Councillor, I'm on page 8 of 81, and I don't think I'm on the same page that Janet referred you to. I'm sorry. So
So
Janet,
this
if
is
you
the
can help the
problem. How
council.
do I follow it?
I will
Yeah,
get
I
that
know.
for you. I'll
Sorry,
get that for
excuse
you.
me, Mr. Chair. If Councillor Ferguson is on the combined hybrid, it's page 24 for 5.52.
I heard 3.3 something.
Okay, so it's Appendix A is page 8 of 66.
And that's special meetings of council, is it?
No, that's 3.3 is location of meetings,
Location.
and it's number 2 that's being stricken.
Okay, if you could just put me on the speaker list on that, I'd appreciate it, Councillor Whitehead.
Absolutely.
So Mr. Chairman, I don't believe I have a seconder.
Yeah, I did. I second it.
Okay, sorry. So I'll step back if you want to come back to me for the other 2 amendments.
Absolutely, Councillor Ferguson on this issue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have first a question and then a comment. And my question is, I sit on the Burlington Hamilton Liaison Committee as a member of council, as do 2 other members of council. So our clerks are in attendance, and it rotates between Burlington and Hamilton with our clerks calling the meeting. Does this eliminate that then?
Through the chair? No, it does not, because 5.5 is referring to standing committee meetings, and that is not considered a standing committee of council.
So would you consider a standing committee meeting of all committee chairs and the mayor to interview city manager, a council meeting or a standing committee meeting or a subcommittee meeting?
Under the ombudsman report, it was not considered a standing committee or a council meeting. And under the Municipal Act, you would be allowed to do that.
Okay, because that was absolutely critical that we, because there were very high profile people applied for this job who didn't want their boss to find out. If you held it in a Hamilton hotel, there's a high risk that they could be seen. And so we'd still be able to do that, would we? We'd be able to do interviews of people outside the city of Hamilton if 3.32 is eliminated?
Through the chair, it would be depending on how we set up the selection committee. But when the time comes for you to do recruitment for any position and you wish to do it outside of the city, we can certainly see how we can make amendments to the procedural bylaw to allow you to do that.
I just want to make sure we're not handcuffing ourselves. We never do this except for these occasions like interviewing for a city manager, where it's critical that the applicants remain confidential. And I know I heard Keith Leslie, supposed to be an expert in politics, saying on CH that this was an illegal meeting because we were out of the municipality. So that wasn't necessarily true then, was it?
Through the chair, the ombudsman report did not report that it was an illegal meeting. It reported on whether it was a closed meeting or not, but the ombudsman report specifically said that holding it outside of the municipality did not make it an illegal meeting. I'd be happy to send you that report after this meeting.
No, I remember that. You don't have to do that. I just want to make sure we're not handcuffing us because when we go outside the municipality, and in my 14 years, that's the only time we went out. And I can't remember us going off site or maybe off site, but in Hamilton for any training. But that one was critical. We do that. And you say this does not create a roadblock to us doing it for recruitment purposes then? When you select a committee based on the standing committee chairs and the mayor?
Through the chair, when you decide to create a subcommittee for any sort of recruitment, we'll look at what parameters we want to put around that subcommittee and if there's any amendments we think need to be brought forward at the time.
Okay, so we can amend the rules of order or change the rules of order with the council resolution then?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, I think I made got my comments and my question. I'm having trouble with this because I'm not sure where it could handcuff us. I'm not sure where it's ever been a problem. So I'll think about it some more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Any other
So-
questioners?
Yes, through the
Councilperson?
chair, Councillor Wilson and Councillor Pearson are both on the speakers list.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Just further to that on, this wasn't going to be my question, but it is now to Clerk Holland. But the municipality must issue a public notice of where all meetings are going to be held. Do they not? Through you, Chair?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so maybe just to, I don't know if that allays your fears or not. My only question or comment for wishing to modify or change something rather pertains to 5.9, the rules of procedure, 5.93, and that we strike the specificity that we are only allowed to attend a standing committee if on a matter that directly affects our ward, if we don't belong to that standing committee. So thank you.
Good catch. Whose seconder was?
I don't have
So
one.
Councilperson. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pearson.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on that particular amendment?
Well, wait.
So sorry, we have a, through the chair, we have a motion on the floor. So that is specifically
apologies.
dealing with
Sorry.
striking
So I should have
3.32.
asked when you spoke, if you were going to speak to the motion that was on the floor that Councillor Ferguson put forward.
Yep, I
And,
apologize.
when I asked if there's any other speakers, we should have specified on that actual.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So is there any more speakers on that particular motion?
No.
No, okay. Councillor
Which
Clark.
one, Terry? Which
I
one?
thought it got supported.
Councillor Clark's motion.
That's 3.3 on page 8.
Yeah.
This is
Right.
out of municipality meetings. That's the motion
Yeah.
that's on the floor, right?
Yes.
And that's what I want to question.
So Councillor Pearson does want to speak to that. Okay. So Councillor Pearson, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And okay, so listening to a lot, and I've lost Andrea. She's just flipped off on her screen. But anyways, so can I just get clarification from Andrea? We can strike this as the motion is what Councillor Clark is putting forward, that no meetings will be conducted by council outside of the city of Hamilton. But at a time that we may need to do this, and again, as Councillor Ferguson said, he's only done it once. I've done it twice, and both times have been for the interviews of the city manager's position. I was on the subcommittee in, I can't remember what year it was when we appointed Chris Murray. So I am aware those are the only times we've had meetings off-site. So Andrea, can you just please clarify? Because I'm not sure how it helps us in saying, well, we can remove this, but then at a time when we do need it again, we'll just reinstate that position. Is that what you're saying?
Through the chair. So section 5 is only speaking to our standing committees only. It is not speaking to your subcommittees. So this doesn't cover the Bay Area that we are on, that some of you participate on. So this is only limiting our standing committees of council.
Correct, but then a subcommittee, if it's formed to look at applications again for the city manager's position, that would be a subcommittee?
Through the chair, I don't have it in front of me, the subcommittee that was set up for the last recruitment, but certainly the terms of reference for that subcommittee will come forward to committee and council for adoption. So it would be my recommendation at the time, if you're setting up a subcommittee, that you outline whether the location is going to be outside of Hamilton, so it's very clear to the public.
Okay, and we deal with it in the day when that becomes an item before us. All right, I'm comfortable with that if that's the process. Just wanting to be sure that we're not tying ourselves, and certainly, as you've stated, committees and subcommittees have the right to review and change their terms of reference when they need to. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. I believe I'm back to Councillor Clark, right?
So through the chair, if Councillor Clark wishes to speak to it, or if we're ready
Yes.
to vote. Yep.
So I want to be clear, we're talking about section 3.3.2 and section 5.14.10. So those are the two sections that we're dealing with.
So my apologies. I think you meant to say 3.32 and 5.52, which is
Is it 5.52?
the
Yes, I'm
location
sorry.
of
Thank you.
meetings. Okay.
Thank you. You're correct. I got both numbers written down for
Thank you for
different
the
reasons.
clarity. Councillor Ferguson?
No. I still have the floor, respectfully. I want to point out that on these issues, I haven't looked at this lightly. I find it interesting that the argument was that we had to move the meeting to outside of the municipality of Hamilton in order to ensure the privacy of the individuals because they were high profile people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yet exactly the same thing happened outside of Hamilton as would have happened in Hamilton. We publicized the date and the time for the meeting. So whether you do it outside of Hamilton or in Hamilton, it's the mechanism by which you arrange the meeting. For example, you could easily have candidates coming to the front desk and ask for a specific person from the hotel. They would come out and take that candidate to a different room, and it's a holding room until they're called upon in the meeting. So you can control where people are going to perhaps bounce into each other. It's a flawed argument that you could only do that if you left the city of Hamilton, because the exact same thing happens in Niagara as it happened in Hamilton. The meeting was publicized, the start time was publicized. It still has to be an open meeting, and you still have to separate the candidates from the public to ensure their privacy. So whether you do it there or whether you do it in a large hotel in Hamilton, it's the same story. So I just wanted to make that point, and I'm happy to have the question stand as it is currently proposed. Thank you.
Councillor Pearson.
Thank you. My apologies because I just wanted to clarify. So 5.1.2, is Angela, was that also being part of this? Because I'm just trying to find what part of that is being.
So sorry, Councillor, through the chair.
It's okay.
It's 3.32 and 5.52.
5.52. Thank you.
No
I just
problem.
want to get to it so I can.
One speaks to
Yeah.
standing committees,
Yep.
one speaks to council.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. I don't see any speakers on this matter, so clerk, pull the vote up.
And that carries Councillor 6 to nothing.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the next item that I'd like to address is 5.14.10, which, Angela, is why I had those numbers in my head.
Okay.
I'm just looking for a page number to help everybody.
While you're doing that, I actually really have to take an environmental break for like 40 seconds. So can I ask Councillor Wilson to take the chair momentarily?
Of course. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Clark, could you
Yes.
kindly repeat the section number, please?
It is under communications. It is 5.14.10.
Thank you.
And so what I'm going to suggest is referring this section back to the clerk for review and editing. We need to be very clear how we're defining when we can interrupt the communications from a citizen to council and redirect it to the Integrity Commissioner. And this document, as it is currently written, is rather general. It talks about conduct, so it's referencing code of conduct. And there's a plethora of information, reasons why a citizen may want to write to council and mention a councillor's name. So I'm suggesting we need to clarify this. If that doesn't happen, then I'll simply vote against it because I fundamentally believe that residents have the right to write to council. And if they have a concern about a councillor, they should be able to raise that concern. And that is because we're elected officials.
Thank you, Councillor. Members of committee, would you like to second someone to second that? And I think Councillor Clerk Holland, you wished to speak to that, please. So seconded
Yeah,
by
just for point of
Councillor.
order again, what page number are we on? Because I tried to go to 5.1410 and it looks like it's committee may add delegates to committee agendas. I'm at the wrong spot. What page number are we on?
If I could ask you, Councillor Ferguson, which document are you presently on right now?
I'm on. Let me get to the
Appendix A.
top again. It's on the same one that we're on for the last one. It's the bylaw to govern proceedings of council.
Through the chair.
Appendix A. Appendix A.
Appendix A, page 24.
24, thank you. If people could please give the page number, it would get me there quicker.
I think the challenge is some of us are in different documents. For example, I'm in the very last one, which is a hybrid. Clerk Holland, before you you comment, I believe Councillor Vanderbeek was going to second that. So Clerk Holland, did you wish to address the motion that is before us?
Through the chair, I was just going to ask Councillor Clark if I'm happy to work on some wording, and then we can bring it over to AFNA as a motion, if you like an amendment.
I'm fine with that. I don't want it to be approved today, so I'd like to refer it to you, and then you can bring it to AFNA with some suggested changes. If we can get that done in time, absolutely.
Yes, thank you.
But I would need a seconder, Madam Chair.
Councillor Vanderbeek.
And it's Angela here through the chair. Just so we're clear, 5.1410 and 3.1010 would also be affected by this because one's affecting standing committees, one's affecting council.
Thank you, Angela. I couldn't find that other one.
No problem. I have help here as well.
I don't.
I knew there were
Except
two
for you
spots.
guys.
I couldn't find the second one. So thank you, Angela. Okay, so shall we have that? It doesn't. Would anyone else like to speak to this matter? Oh, there's Councillor Whitehead back. I don't see any other hands up. So, Clerk Angela, should we vote on this matter now?
Absolutely. I've just pulled the vote up, Councillor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson, for covering.
I will hand the chair back to you, Councillor Whitehead.
And that carries 5-1.
Thank you. And then the, Mr. Chairman, the last one that I have is item 8.4, and using that same appendices that y'all are using, which is different than mine, it would be on page 34 of 66. And this is, should a member of council persist in conducting themselves in a manner contrary to the rules set out in 8.1, after being called to order by the mayor chair, the mayor may order them without challenge to vacate. I would move a motion to delete the term without challenge. And then I need some clarification at that point in time. My assumption is that if we move that without challenge, then the normal challenge of the chair proceedings would apply if someone were to move that motion. And that's a question to the clerk.
Okay, Andrea?
Through the chair, yes, again, I can bring some other wording. Other organizations are doing it that way as well. So I can bring some more prescriptive language forward to AFNA, and we could do an amending motion for that as well, if you like.
So if that's the case, Mr. Chairman, then the motion would be to direct staff to delete without challenge from 8.4 and come back with appropriate language.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm seconding that. Councillor Ferguson.
And my only question on this, without challenge, there's a process now where anybody can challenge the chair. And so maybe to the clerk, words to the effect that we already have in place, unless someone challenges the chair, or words to that effect. I don't think that the member should be able to challenge the chair who's been expelled, but somebody else can, which is the process now.
I would agree with that. Hopefully the language coming back from the clerk would appropriately reference it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I pass the chair over to Councillor Wilson. I was getting into the nitty-gritty of law, but I want to thank Councillor Clark, who always finds a very layman's way of making a very salient argument about the inconsistency of the chair and the way that discretion could be exercised through interpretation. The way this language is written, like I said, I think this is probably a more prudent approach. If it can't pass the sniff test with the council, then clearly that's probably the best way to adjudicate these things. So I appreciate Councillor Clark for those arguments. Thank you. Now, this is on the floor. I don't have any other speakers. So, Madam Clerk.
And just Councillor Wilson.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
I can't hear you, Councillor Wilson. I'm sorry. Just waiting on your vote.
Sorry, sorry,
Oh,
Elsie.
I can hear you now.
Sorry, I didn't realize the vote was up. I was going to ask a point of order if Councillor Clark could repeat rather his motion post Councillor Ferguson's comments, and I don't know if it's too late to do that.
Well, I can cancel the vote and we can go back to it.
Please, I apologize,
See how flexible
members.
we are? Even the chair is
There we go.
flexible. Go ahead, Councillor Wilson. Get clarification.
I'm asking that now. Thank you, Chair.
So do I have the floor, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Councillor Wilson. So on 8.4, what I'm suggesting through the motion is that we're proposing to delete the language without challenge from the motion, and then referring it to the clerk to come back with appropriate language that would spell out how this process would work. With reference to Councillor Ferguson, and I agree with him, if I'm ruling Councillor ABC has to be expelled as the chair, Councillor ABC should not be able to challenge the chair because he's the one that has had the effrontery to go through this behavior.
Right.
It should be a member of council who disagrees that perhaps I went too far, can challenge the chair, then we can have the vote. The member can speak to why he doesn't think he should be removed. The chair would speak to why the member should be removed, and then the committee would make the decision. And so that in general, without getting all of that into a motion, that's what we're asking the clerk to come back with some language to help us set the standard. Does that make sense?
It does, but it does provoke a question, if I may, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. To Clerk Holland, I'm trying to, in my mind, understand the sequence of these things and the layering. My understanding is from a previous discussion at this committee and also AFNA, this municipality is without a staff council relationship policy. I'm sorry, I don't know the formal term of it. And in the absence of that, if perhaps, for example, if Councillor ABC made a remark which the chair deemed to be an affront to that policy, how can we make this change now, or what is the relationship, and what guides what in the absence of that policy? If for example, a comment was made which was, say, in contrast to the staff council policy, relationship policy. Thank you. Through the chair.
Through the chair, respectfully, I'll let Jeanette Smith discuss council staff relationship. The city manager, Jeanette Smith, is on as well.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to all members of committee. So in terms of the interaction between staff and council, from kind of a behavioral standpoint, that would be covered by the code of conduct. The staff council relations policy, which, you know, we're just collecting ones from all municipalities. So I haven't looked at all those yet. They're just being collated. My understanding is more about clarifying kind of the roles of council and the roles of staff, and, you know, individual members of council directing staff versus council as a whole. I don't think it gets into those issues you're referencing, that the code of conduct guides, but I'm saying that without seeing however any other municipalities have addressed it.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to, I don't think it's directed to anyone. It's a comment. My challenge in this, and I think my challenge is either with the proposal or even in keeping with Councillor Clark's, this is about the business of council. But if the integrity of a member of staff is, in my opinion, for example, disparaged or attacked or challenged during the proceedings of a council meeting, we have an unfair relationship, imbalanced, if you will, and that member of staff is not able at that point to speak up for them if they believe their integrity has been besmirched. And that responsibility has to lay with someone. So, and to make it debatable now by council, again, it's one of a relationship issue. And what is the role of the chair in understanding that different relationship? It's just something in which I'm wrestling with right now. So thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the council brings up an excellent point, and I agree. So if a councillor were to accuse a staff person of lying and uses that terminology, then they would be ruled out of order. Using that terminology seems to be unnatural because it's unparliamentary language. And so we ask them to withdraw that language and apologize, and we tend to do that. But we also have an issue with tone. Sometimes, whether through passion or anger, councillors' tone changes dramatically and becomes very aggressive, and the chair may view that as being disrespectful behavior and ask that the member turn down the tone or be mindful of your tone. And if the member continues to ramp it up and doesn't turn it down, at some point, the chair could rule them out of order and expel them from the meeting because they didn't abide by the wishes of the chair. That is discretionary. It's in everyone's mind who views the tone as appropriate. And so I would hope that we have enough faith in our council that if someone was expelled because they called a staff person a lying cheat, that council would uphold that expulsion. If it was on tone, then there might be an argument as to whether or not that was appropriate, and members of the committee would be cautioning the councillor, just relax and turn it down. So that would be my mindset, but I think that's why I'd like clearer language if in the bylaw, Councillor Wilson, so that we truly understand because there is that wide variance in interpretation and consistency with our bylaws based on whoever's in the chair. Some chairs wouldn't even blink and wouldn't even comment on it. Other chairs would jump on it and say, no, that's inappropriate language and stop it. We have to somehow create some consistency. And since we don't have that consistency, then we need to have an appeal process if someone's going to be expelled, in my personal opinion. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other speakers, right? So put up the vote.
And Councillor Ferguson is not in the room. So that carries 4-1.
Thank you. So now do we accept the as amended? So I'm looking for.
I just wasn't sure. I think Councillor Wilson has a further amendment to
Okay,
the
sure.
to the report.
Sure, Councillor Ferguson. Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Apologize. It is 5.93. I'll read it for members of committee. A member of council who is not a member of a standing committee is entitled to attend such standing committee meetings and to participate when a subject matter directly affects their ward. My comment was there are some matters of policy that are not ward specific. They could be city specific. And so it's just, I think, a minor request to omit that reference or that requirement. Thank you.
And seconder is?
Oh, thank you, Councillor Vanderbeek.
Yep, thank you. A little bit slow there, right? But nice try. Any further discussion? Seeing Councillor Clark.
So can I just ask the clerk, was this was a change to the procedural bylaw? What was the intent? And can I ask Councillor Wilson again what the, I'm trying to find it on the page again. Sorry,
Thank you.
The section number.
5.93, and not to speak for Andrea, but it isn't highlighted in red, and I think she confirmed earlier for me that it wasn't a proposed change. It's a proposed change by me, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's on page 20 of 46 of the procedural bylaw.
And through the chair, I have the amendment as just to remove when a subject matter directly affects their ward from that.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, no other speakers. All those in favor? Electronic vote.
And that carries 6-0.
Now, I need a motion to support the report as amended. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Ferguson. Any questions, any comments? See none. All those in favor, electronic vote. Well, that was quick.
And that carries 6-0.
Okay, so Councillor, I believe we are moving something up, right?
Through the chair, we're first going to do item 9.2, which is an update, a information report, and then we would go into close.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move it will be received. 9.2.
9.2, okay.
It's an information update.
seconded by Councillor Pearson. Any discussions? See none. All those in favor,
Oh,
electronic.
Councillor Clark would like to
Councillor.
speak to it.
Councillor Clark.
Sorry, I was having challenges getting my microphone turned off. No, I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Electronic vote. No, it's received, right? So you don't really have to do this, but. Oh, okay.
Yes, we do.
Something changed.
Are we going to take a break after this?
I didn't know we were going to go this long, so I got a problem.
So that carried 6-0. We're about to go into closed session now. There is the sole voting members at 1:30 as well, so we have to be mindful of the time.
Okay, let's keep going then.
What's that, 1:30?
Sole voting members of the Hamilton Farmers Market.
All right. So here's a question I have. How come in the procedure bylaws, do we not like the employment standards? Because whenever we make a decision, we're impacting staff too, right? And we don't lock in every 4 hours, every 2 hours, or whatever that environmental break is. But I don't think that's the way things should be operated, because we're not taking consideration, we're just thinking councillors, but there's staff that by law have a right to have those breaks. So I just want to highlight that wasn't identified in the procedural, but I'd like to see something a little more anticipated, more predictable, because meetings could go long, and when you don't eat, or you don't drink, or you can't get out, good decisions aren't always made either. Anyway, those are my comments, sorry.
Through the chair, Councillor Wilson also has a comment.
Councillor Wilson.
Just on that point, Chair, I couldn't agree with you more. Respectfully, this was raised by two members of committee 2 budgets ago, and this council voted it down. So just for your information and in terms of reconsideration stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. We got to look at the people that make us look good, and that's our staff. So thank you.
So through the chair, if you want to turn to page 6, that would be where we're moving to now in the agenda.
Thank you. So on page 6, as we get there, private and confidential legal advice. We will now go to closed session for item 13.1. May I have a motion to move into closed session pursuant to section 6.1, subsection F of the city's procedural bylaw, 18270, as amended, as section 2392, subsection F of the Intermunicipal Act 2001, as amended, as a subject matter pertains to advice that is subject to solicitor client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. May I have a mover and a seconder? And I can't see the screen right now, so hang on. Okay, Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Pearson. Any debate, any discussion? I see none.
I've opened the vote.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, point of order, I'm going to vote against this. It's simply because I don't have any documentation to help me understand why we would be going in camera. It just says it's a verbal update. I've asked that we always have documentation so that we can review it before we make a decision, and it's not here. So I'll simply vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that carries 5-1.
You're consistent. Thank you. So we'll take what?
Yeah, just give us a moment to switch everything over, and if you need to take a moment,
I think this is a good time for like a 10-minute break at least.
Well, just if you need to take a moment to get organized, if
you have
you're
to go
wanting
get
to
a hot
recess,
chocolate or grab a sandwich, whatever.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
10 minutes.
Okay. No.
And so we're going to go with those, the housekeeping,
Or-
and then adjourn, right?
Correct.
I'll look to you guys.
Well, yep. So if we could, Councillor Whitehead, refer 9.3 to the next meeting. If we could do the amendments to the outstanding businesses, because we dealt with them today, I would like to do that as well, if possible.
Okay.
So Councillor Whitehead, we also need to approve the staff direction that was provided in close. That's the first thing that we need to do.
Yep. I'll go to Councillor Wilson, Pat.
Okay. And we are live, so let me just prepare that vote. Okay, I'm good whenever you are.
Okay, great. So we've concluded the in-camera session. I look to Councillor Wilson for a motion. That's on the direction in camera.
So Councillor Wilson, that was just to approve the direction provided to staff in closed session. Oh, you're just muted.
Thank you, Angela.
If you like, I will move it.
Okay. Is that okay, Councillor
Sure.
Wilson? Okay.
And I just need a seconder.
Second by Councillor Clark.
Pearson. Oh, Clark. Okay, great. And I've
And-
opened the vote.
And Mr. Sorry,
Go ahead,
Chairman,
Councillor.
is there a second section in terms of confidentiality, or is it just that one clause?
Just the one, because there was nothing else.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yep, no report. Thank you.
Okay.
So
Now I
I'm
go
ju-
to,
one second, Councillor. Let me just get the rest of the votes in. So you need to vote.
oh yeah, 9.3 now, right?
Yeah, but if you, correct. So perfect. And that carries 5-0. And so yes, now 9-3.
That's moved to the next meeting, moved by Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Clark.
And that is that 9.3 be tabled until the next meeting of the governance
Correct.
committee that's set up by clerks.
Correct.
Yes, correct. And that should be up on your screen.
And the last piece, I believe, or second last piece, is the
Waiting on Councillor Clark on that one. So-
outstanding business list.
Mr.
right? Work
Mr.
list?
Chairman, I
just-
vote in favor of the direction. For some reason.
Oh,
my-
there it
my
is now,
computer forgot.
Councillor
You get it?
Clark. Yep,
Okay.
I've got it
Thank
now, and so
you.
that carries 5-0. Sorry, and then now to the OBL, Councillor.
Yeah. Moved by Councillor Pearson, second by Councillor Wilson. Carries.
It's coming, yeah, and then just Councillor Whitehead, I need you to vote.
Um,
Perfect, and that carries 5-0. Excellent. And then just a motion to adjourn, Councillor.
Motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Pearson, second by Councillor, who haven't done yet. I guess I'll do Councillor Clark. All those in favor? Thank you, everyone, for making my first meeting nice.
Thanks, everyone. See you in another minute or so.
And then going back to Emil, or Roma.